you guys. So, just for the record, they started with the hostile takeovers of Xavier again, where they force him to behave in ways that are completely out of character. OTL, they promised me that none of this would be permitted anymore. This is against the constitutional guidelines for this country, and just basic morals and values and ethics. But here we are. And then I have been dealing with some other things that I can't really put into any sort of understanding that makes sense as far as normal people understand things. So basically, they began these lines of questioning, and if I don't answer, they say a bunch of bullshit. It's all mostly lies. Mind you, I haven't been saying swear words, and I've been specifically saying non-predatory environments only. However, randomly, I clearly have met saturation point, and I'm sorry, I'm sitting here because Xavier is bringing some things to his father's home, and it's taking a really, really long time, and it's just taking a really long time, and I have a lot of things to do, a lot of things. But they start these random lines of questioning, and if I don't answer, then they just say blatant, deceptive, just really intentionally harmful and painful lies. And if I do respond, there's like an opposite but equal force to be angry that the truth was given. So either they're angry about the lies that the deceptive slanderers are sharing, or they're angry that I told the truth about the lies that those deceptive slanderers are sharing. So that's been the last little while, and I'm very frustrated, to say the least. They've been promising for a very long time, that I would not be subjected to this anymore, and that this would not be used anymore, that I would not be harmed or antagonized or provoked or fill in the blank, but here we are. And just so everyone knows, I don't have any criminal record, and I have 4 biological children. So my time should most certainly be spent doing that, with regards to providing for my children and my family and my future and reaching my goals and pursuit of happiness. And the constitutional preamble, I sang it many times here on My Lives. And as a reminder, I'm not joking. This is actually, going on. So it's very, very concerning. And, I guess some people think that it's funny or entertaining, but it literally causes me to sit around thinking about whether I have the tenacity / desire to continue living at times. And I've come up with a very clear, practical, very easy to implement solution for all of this. And that solution is that, now if you know anything about AI, you're aware that you can create a video simply by using your words and asking a third-party application-based software, make me a video of a woman combing her hair at the window with the beautiful landscape in the background that you can only see through the window, make her house look middle class suburban, allow there to be two children running through the background, and you can literally speak these things into these AI application-based softwares, and you can have a video of this instantly. Now, with that being said, with regards to all of the questioning and slander and all of this, I have reached out multiple times to the software-based application development team because my phone is still currently, to date, I think we're going into month, I want to say 3 or 2 of not being permitted access to application downloads. But I have reached out formally to a team of software application-based developers and asked them specifically to assist me in either accessing this software so that I can do it on my own, or building me a specific application-based software that will provide logical, thoughtful, truthful answers to any and all deception or slander with regards to my life. Now, in the big picture of things, I haven't been the topic of as much controversy as most. I'm not an A-list celebrity. I'm not someone who has traveled all 50 states and gone to every country. Far from it. So you would think, right, that it would not be that difficult at all to take my life story as I've written it, program a bot to comb the internet for these slanderous narratives, and simply give response. If something is slanderous, they can simply reply, "Oh, actually, you are mistaken. What you're describing to have taken place did not take place. What actually took place is ... right? And then I don't really need to suffer, and be abused relentlessly or at all. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I don't really have any way to check out of life and just relax at home watching TV. The higher authority hasn't even been permitting media or music for quite some time, and I'm okay with that. I think I'm now completely sensitized, and when I'm in quiet, I feel a lot better. I start getting really nervous when I start hearing like loud musics. And I think I discussed this before. I had addressed the topic that I was, as you guys know, under some extortion and coercion and brainwashing from 2000 and approximately 15-16 to 2019. And I was so mentally just taken that I was singing songs to very popular songs, or singing song lyrics to very popular songs, mainstream that you would hear on like B96 or 103.5 or, YouTube or 107.5 or, what have you, even 101.9, which is like the mix, that's like work-friendly radio. And I would be listening to these songs and singing them verbatim, word for word, while in real time, the predatory lyrics that these people were singing would be happening to me as the victim. Literally. Not kidding. And so I thought that the higher authority was doing me a solid in opening my eyes to this, But then they remix me into this demographic that is still very much asleep to all of this predatory stuff. And once you're up, you're pretty much up, you know? So I'm having a very difficult, exhausting time. Painful, even, I would describe, with this. Now, I would say it's fair to say that it has probably been maybe 2 years of daily, what they've referred to as interrogatories. And I've had to respond in writing as well as OTL, as I refer to it, on the line in communication. And I have repeatedly told them, I will write my life story for you. You don't have to ask me these questions daily or even weekly or monthly. I will write my entire truthful life story to you. And you can just create these bots. I will publish myself a website. Who doesn't know how to build a Squarespace or a Wix, right? Pretty simple. And rather than being given the opportunity and the grace and the respect to follow through on those things, they continue to mix me in with these demographics that clearly have big issues with me for the way I have been victimized. Not for my belief systems, not for what I do or don't do, but for the way that other people have harmed me while I was very naive and innocent and literally not even understanding what was going on. So, yeah, that's what's been going on with me. Last night, I was dealing with an extensive amount of OTL communication and a very uncomfortable sleeping situation. I probably had maybe 3.5 minutes of sleep and about 4 hours, maybe 3, of rest where my body was just laying there. But OTL, there were about 500 different conversations going on. And, unfortunately, I don't have the ability to flip a switch and turn it off. Additionally, I would like to consistently be a part of a demographic of individuals that doesn't think it's cute or funny or entertaining to harass a woman about being sexually assaulted, or to harass a woman about individuals harming her. I don't think that that's asking for too much. I'm fairly certain that most civilized, and if we take the root word of a civilization, civil, pretty easy word to understand now, but if we're able to just identify those root words and come to an understanding that most people are civil, I'm unclear as to how I keep ending up in the middle of demographics that clearly don't want me there and don't like me and take pleasure in causing me mental distress or anguish. I'm not understanding. I am not the type of person who has any interest in being around anyone who does not like me at all. No interest at all whatsoever. Can you keep going, please? You're not. It's me. And I can put your things in the car so that we can get to it. You're not. It's facing me. Xavier, please. Please. It's like he's glitching out. Like he's like walking down the street with all this crap. It's literal crap. I don't know why he won't go through it. He won't put it in the car so that I could just transport it. He's insisting on walking it to the destination himself and then just like glitching out, like walking down the street and then just, I turn around like, what's going on? He's just standing there like frozen. Like right now, like I'm in my car. I ask him, please go ahead. I'm on a busy street. I have to drive very slow to stay in cadence with you. Please go ahead. He walks 10 feet and just stops. Like it wouldn't be a big deal if I had $1 million in the bank or even like 2,000 in the bank, right? It'd be like, who cares? No big deal. I work day to day to pay the bills that I have due in the next day or two. I have been eating one meal or less, not the best quality meals. I'm exhausted. I miss my children. I miss my family members. I miss my husband. I miss having a justice system that was equitable. Having a phone where I could download whatever application I wanted. I had such a normal life, before all of this. Such a normal, I wasn't rich, but I went to work Monday through Friday. I did a great job, healthcare administration. I was so excited, I got to come downtown Chicago. Oh my God. It's like the biggest thing, I was like, a grown-up. Like 25, 26, 27, 28 years old. Waking up and coming downtown and uploading medical records into the EMR, helping the patients understand and guessing the prescription that the doctor would write and writing it before they'd have the chance and just having them sign off and being so proud of myself that I got it right, rushing home so I could cook dinner for my children, do homework at the kitchen table, take a shower, go to bed, maybe watch a little TV. Nothing like what it is now. Nothing at all. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. They have blatantly communicated that they do not have any desire to stop harming me until I kill myself or attempt to kill myself. Multiple times. They have publicly shared that goal. What have I ever done to these people? Like, literally nothing. Day after day after day. And then they do these things that I discussed with you guys before. I call them hostile takeovers. I don't know what their like technical name is, but I call them hostile takeovers. When they like take over Xavier's personality or say something like as me that I never said or that I don't think, and then they just like make me subject to whatever consequences, you know? I don't have any way. This is my only way. It's fucking miserable. Like, it's miserable. And even when I force myself to just like pretend like I'm happy and ignore it all, like that pisses them off even more sometimes, you know? Like that makes them just do more stuff. I would never do this to anyone. I would never in my life take it upon myself to investigate someone and find out everything I could about their personal life and misrepresent it and lie by omission and tell a bunch of people lies about them. I would never do that. And then they have like the most fucked up shit going on. Like, you see these bus houses? They have one on like literally every corner, wherever the fuck we are. Pardon my language. I try to keep it wholesome. I do not like saying swear words. So when you hear me saying swear words like this, it's not me. And also, I've had 1,000 milliliters of Revanesse, Juvederm, Restylane, Botox, etc. They put all of these fucking wrinkles on my face to not make other people feel self-conscious. What? It's ugly here. And I'm a nice person. So they don't want me to wear makeup here so that I don't make other people feel self-conscious. Oh, yeah. By all means, while these people are tearing me down emotionally, day after day after day, causing me to, I don't know, feel like staring at paint drying in peace would be better than any of this. Why don't we also not allow me to wear totally? Like, could you even imagine? Like, this is wild. This is absolutely just wild. And then they keep on strategically forcing me to go around this area where they were holding Xavier and I in the tent while I was pregnant with Weston. And it is fucking with me. Like, a lot. Oh. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't think they care at all. Oh. What if it never gets better? What if they just keep doing this, forever? It's been so long. It's been like a long time. Like, while I was going through all of this, the first like 2 to 4 years of everything that happened after 2020, so the very first year that I was separated from my family and my children, they would like put me in places, like in spots, they would like put me somewhere and make me wait there. And it would just be nothing, just like being there. And I don't have that kind of a mind or spirit, you know? And they do not care. It's fucking terrible. I have my sofas on my roof because I need well, I don't know. I was going to bring them to my daughter or my son. I bought them. I probably sat on them 5 times total, maybe, if that, you know. And I just wanted to do something for my children. I've been separated from them for a long time. 5 years almost. But we've been trying to go from Granville and Broadway to the Gold Coast since yesterday at 10 a.m. Literally, Xavier won't get in the car. He won't put his things in the car so that the cart is not heavy for him. He won't, like, get rid of anything. He won't go through all of this stuff that he's pushing around. Ugh. And that's the type of thing that I refer to as these hostile takeovers. Like I don't know. He doesn't have a mental health disturbance, you know? When I met him, he was driving a Zumo bike, paying a lease on the bike weekly, working, you know, deliveries, or I don't know what exactly he was doing. He was dressed normal. He had on a Levi's jean jacket, some Nike running shoes, some like fitted jeans, and like a t-shirt. His hair was clean and, you know, nicely pulled back into a ponytail in a masculine way. And he was communicating effectively. I don't even know. Oh my God. Just also for the record, if anyone was wondering if it would be better for you people, you know, for me to just be, I don't know, out of the way, totally like tucked away in the suburbs, you know, in my nice little, you know, quiet house with my children, or where my children had a bedroom but came over whenever they wanted, minding my own business. That'd be great. You know, that'd be phenomenal. They said that intimacy, sexual intimacy, is bad now. And they began brainwashing me into being asexual again. So I was always monogamous, traditional gender role as a sexual orientation. And I never really wanted anything other than that. I tried to like other things, but I never did. Then when the brainwashing from 2016 to 2019 occurred, I was just mortified. And so I never really had a chance in my whole life to, evolve naturally. And in that context with relationships and intimacy is so different, for so many different people. What's going on? What's going on? I could take it in here. What kind of a charger do you need? C? Do you need a C?
Are you on live?
Yeah. Do you need a C?
Yeah, in a minute. I'll bring it.
Come on, because it's already 7:23. Anyways, I don't, I never had just like a relationship that was just organic, It was just like always directed, and I love my fathers of my children. I have 2 children with my first husband and 1 child with my second husband. And then you guys know about Xavier and I. I didn't have any children with Dylan. And those are the only 4 relationships that I've ever had, with the exception of 1 or 2 dates, or like no dates, but just babysitting their child or like whatever. Is it a C?
Yes.
Okay.
Just be careful with it.
Okay. I know I told you guys before, but in high school, I had like a boyfriend, but I wasn't allowed to go out. I wasn't allowed to go out at all. Like we would just he would give me a ride to school, and we didn't even have lunch together. It was like the weirdest thing. But like once or twice I was able to go to his job where he was the manager of a fast food chain restaurant, and I would be able to just sit in the lobby while he worked. That was like, that was it. I never really had any sort of organic intimacy, And then everything that happened from 2016 to 2019 was like so fucked up, like with regards to brainwashing, like, oh, would I have done this on my own? Absolutely not. Did I do that? And then my significant other tell me, oh, you're so good. You're such a good girl for doing so. Yeah, that's definitely what happened. And that's like so embarrassing. You wake up one day, and you're crying and crying and crying because you don't even know, what's going on. You don't know what or who or how you even are. because you're never who you are. You've always been who you're allowed to be, you know? And who you're allowed to be and who you're allowed to be is different based on the higher authority, you know? Like, is that how it is for everyone? I don't think so. Is it? I don't know. And then it's like they start to communicate these things to me, like these disclosures, you know, about my life that I never even knew. But they don't give me complete truth. They just give me like little bits of like incremental small pieces of understanding. And it's just so unfair because then I'm just there, you know, thinking, how could that be? You know, that can't possibly be. Is that true? And then like my mind goes to another memory and I'm like, oh my God, that did happen. They did do that. I don't know. I don't know. But then it's like, well, I think I told you guys this before. They said, if you are having intimacy, right? Sex. And if there's any kids in the demographic, don't listen because this is PG-13 plus, and I like to keep it PG-13 whenever possible when they're not doing weird hostile takeovers and creating their own context. But I heard someone say the other day that when you're doing intimacy and you're doing that, then you are actually FUCKing the person. And what does it mean in literal terms when you say that you're FUCKINGing a person? Like that you're doing them, like you're doing them dirty, or you're like harming them, or like you're doing them wrong, or somehow you are behaving in a way that is to their misfortune, what have you. And that the way you know that's true is because you never do that to your children or your parents. And you never do that to most of your family members. And the root word of family is familiar, which means that the more love you actually have for a person, or the more pure that love is, you don't want to do that. But then someone else said not to listen to that because they were just trying to brainwash me again, and in the other way, and causing me to be, what's that word? Asexual again, because I was already asexual for like 2 years. But that was because I was scared. I was really scared. I still am. Right now, I'm more scared than ever. The scared went away for a little while. Now it's worse than it's ever been before. not so much scared as angry and, yeah, scared. Because what if that's true? Like, Xavier, you can't keep doing this every half block.
I can't say anything about my family on there.
I'm not. I don't even know your family. God. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know. And then I don't get to talk to anyone other than this live. Like, mostly. When I was doing Uber, I was able to talk to a lot of people. And I really liked that because I felt like, and I've discussed this before as well, I felt like I was being, what's going on? Xavier, what's going on? What'd you say? Right. Well, come on. Xavier, please just let me put that in the car. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. In my Uber, I was able to have conversations. I have not been permitted many conversations, like directly, other than in that setting, since 2019. And so I enjoyed that. However, I felt like there was definitely a bunch of, I know I've said this before in the past, I called it technological boxing, where you are not permitted certain access to various amounts of information about like different topics or technological advancements or knowledge and information that gives a person or a group like an advantage, etc. And I felt like I didn't have that problem anymore while I was driving in my Uber, Like I felt like I was speaking about, new, exciting, intelligent, proactive, productive things. And from 2016 to 2019, while I was brainwashed, I did have a lot of good conversations. So it was mostly bad, but some of those 3 years was good. But then, so I started giving Uber and Lyft rides, through the application, which I have a 4.98 as my rating, with, I believe, 3 or 4, possibly even 5,000 rides between both platforms. And they would tell me all sorts of things, Neuralink and like updates about technology and technological advancements and all sorts of things. But then they told me that not the Uber riders, but the authority said, or someone who probably wasn't supposed to tell me, but they told me anyway, that the authority was brainwashing me in reverse so that I could be incorruptible. Because I guess if a person is incentivized by love or sex or money, that they are corruptible. So, in an effort to make a person incorruptible, that the authority might be doing that. So I really don't know, but either way, and love and whatever form of intimacy I deem appropriate for myself, I don't know. I mean, I most certainly feel like I should be able to begin and end my work shift at my discretion and have an acceptable, stable, safe, peaceful living environment. And then I don't know if you guys have seen, well, I already asked you guys about the Meta glasses and like all of their technological abilities. But there's another place that has a bunch of sorry, there was a dog barking at another dog, and I just wanted to make sure that that they weren't fighting. Oh yeah, the various technological advancements with regards to audio and visual, they're wild, they really are. And they don't seem that far out of reach. But then there's no one for me to talk about them with. And I thought that there were technological social media forums, but so far I've just been limited to Instagram, Facebook. They won't even let me have a Snapchat anymore. I haven't been able to have a Snapchat since 2023, I think, because people just started saying I was doing stuff that I wasn't saying, and then the authority couldn't verify whether or not it was true, and they started putting me into interrogatories, asking me all of these questions about if I did this, and if I did that, and if I did this. And they don't even accept your answer sometimes, It's so annoying. Like, I don't know. They don't accept your answer sometimes, even when you're being truthful, which I try to be truthful all the time, as much as I possibly can. I don't know. Well, as far as I know, I'm not fighting with anyone. I don't have any fights with anyone. I don't even really have communication with mostly anyone. So to me, it feels like the fighting is just curated. It feels like there's some external third party who's probably bored with themselves that's antagonizing and instigating and pitting people against each other. And that's pretty much all I can figure out about it, because I'm very, very isolated. I have been for a very long time. So I don't know what to do. I wish that you guys knew what was going on here. Why do I have to be here while they're doing that? You know, I'm sure, I'm positive that there are demographics where that stuff is normal. I know because, and this is scary, okay? Look at how scary this is, you guys. Please hear me out, okay? So one time my ex-husband left his phone out, and I went on his phone and I saw an internet search history for something, you know, that was a little more racy than Dos Equis, if you know what I mean. And I started crying and accusing him of cheating on me and saying, like, how could you do this to me? And I was just devastated. You don't even understand. Like, I was so completely devastated. Then and that's how I was my whole life, from, young girl all the way to 28. Then from 28 to 31, while I was going through all of that stuff, none of that fazed me at all. I was so just, and that was only in 3 years. So it's like, to try to like get a read on the demographic for what is acceptable or what's normal, not just like with dating and intimacy and relationships, but just like all sorts of other things. I am really struggling a lot. Like, if it only took 3 years for me to be feeling normal about certain things, what is going on with these individuals that have been doing certain things with regards to intimacy for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, And then when I see these things going on and I feel uncomfortable, like I feel like, whoa, what's going on here? And everyone just looks at me like I'm the crazy one. And then I think to myself, I can't be the only one that's like this, How could there be like common knowledge about some of these things? Not just common knowledge, but common acceptance, common, like, what's a good word for desire, common, just no big deal, and I just, and then they reverse it all the way. And it's like, do they do that to everyone? Do they do that to people on purpose? Like, do they harm them with intentional brainwashing in one direction and then harm them again by intentionally brainwashing them back in the other direction? Is that a thing? Like, is that a thing? You know, I don't know. So it's just really weird here, you know, really weird. And I wonder a lot, like, how do I make it stop? You know, how do I just, I don't know. And then I told you guys this before also. First of all, how does a man go from being skinny with no breast tissue to having a full C cup in 6 weeks? Doesn't that seem predatory to you guys? Because it does to me. And I truly hope someone is taking record of this. Because it definitely does to me. And then on top of that, additionally, I think I told you guys this before also. Where I live in Chicago or the world or the year or whatever the fuck is going on here, we don't have buses that have weird, scary robot voices. Bus stop number 125, please. Like, please deboard. Like, what the fuck is that? And then their buses are like pluming gas or something. Like, you could see it. Didn't we already fix this situation a long time ago? Clean air buses, electric buses. What is this? And then it's like the frequency of their buses is just, whoa. There are so many of them. Are you all right? Are you all right? What's wrong? Here. And Xavier doesn't drink beer, and all of a sudden he started drinking nasty beer. Please don't say that. How would it not scare me? Would it scare you? If your husband was one way for years and then all of a sudden you woke up and he was very not that way? And it's not even like they give an explanation like, oh, so, okay, Heather, well, what's going on here is that we're using your free will without your permission to, confuse you, and we're running some sort of clinical trial or we started giving your husband hormone, nothing. Like, they don't give any explanation at all whatsoever. I just go to sleep and then wake up the next day and it's like, whoa, what is going on? You know? I didn't sign up for this. I did not sign up for this. So I really don't know. I've never been a wrist cutter in my life, ever. I've never been a cutter, in my life, ever. And I told you guys that they, in 2021 or 22, they would not stop, like, being awful to me until I started cutting my legs. That's when I made that What's Your Impact campaign. Like, they would not stop. Like, they would hurt me, like, a lot. And until I would do it, they would not stop. But before that, never in my life. Look what I have on my arm. And when I try to ask them about it, they try to discredit my ability to perceive reality. Like, I would make it up or something. Like, a person would know if they tried to chop through their arm, right? I look at it all the time and I just think, they don't even let me ask anyone about this, Like, these are not good people. And then if I start asking about it, they have the audacity. This is real. And I will flip my camera around the next time they do it. They have the audacity in real time, unless this is a simulation. That's why I drive with my live on a lot, because they do this shit to me. They start, like, making fun of me for something that I never even did, ever, of my own free will, brainwashed or not. I, Heather Gillespie, didn't do this thing, right? And they start, like, giving me a hard time about it, and I'll try to ignore it. And then they will, in real time, like, start making reference to the thing that they were, like, trying to give me a hard time about. I told you guys, and I took photos and I uploaded them, about all the restaurants. They changed all the restaurants in the West Loop, like Fulton Market. They changed all the names of the restaurants in the West Loop to be like some sort of sexual reference. And that's when I started looking into, can they give you meta glasses effect in your eyes through a contact lens? And that's when I found North Avenue in Wells, and I posted this to my main page. It's called Sharp Modern LASIK. And I called there, and they said that they do implants, and they do ocular implants. And I've never gone to have an ocular implant, that I know of. But I've also never cut my arm. I mean, this is a big cut. Like, this is a huge, look at this. And it's old. Like, it's old. It's like past the point of being a scar. Like, it was a scar, like, a while ago, Or is that them doing that with the ocular implant? And I already Googled it. Even if I am a cyborg is still a human. It's not a robot. So, and I know that I have to still be a human because I still menstruate monthly. If I get a cut on my body, I bleed. I have emotions most of the time. I breathe. And that's pretty much the measuring criteria, I'm pretty sure. So, hate this hospital. Hate. This hospital hires unlicensed individuals to do their dirty work. And no, I never got Gibson's that night. As a matter of fact, Xavier and I shared spaghetti from Portillo's. We got one order of spaghetti with a meatball, and we shared it. One meatball and half an order of spaghetti. Not Gibson's. But oh, that's what I was going to say. So then if I start noticing all this weird stuff that they're doing in real time, they'll pass by me with a bus that makes some sort of reference, or a restaurant name that makes some sort of reference. Yeah. Did it? Did it? Okay.
You're right there.
Okay, let's try to hurry, please. Please, because I still have to get air and I have to go potty.
Go do it right now.
I'm not going to there. Please never ask me to go there again.
Not there. You wanna go to
No, because the real Xavier, my Xavier, is nice. He cares. He doesn't like to make me feel sad, worse than I already feel. And then, like, they'll have themes, right? Like, they'll focus my eye. If I am a cyborg, they're definitely using it for purposes that they have not asked me permission about. Like, certain days, they'll focus my eye on butts all day. And I will get so irritated after like 5 hours of driving. Every fucking person that passes by, they're like, zoom, 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 just on butts. Then the next day it'll be just boobs. And all the women around will have big boobs. Come on, babe, please. Come on. I still have to get air, and I need to stop at the store, and I need to go potty.
How many waters do you have?
4 from a whole case. You're supposed to be holding water. Okay, but you're...
Are you still on there?
No. I mean, yes. Come on, let's go.
You have one more.
Xavier just blatantly flipped me off while he was talking. I don't want to be here. Can you please put me with people who are not pieces of shit indefinitely? Please? I heard about some technology that can wipe your mind. Like someone like me, if you have a lot of trauma, and it's not even just that I have trauma, because I don't really typically have trauma anymore. I worked already a long time ago, I worked through my trauma, but then a woman got into my Uber and announced on a pretend phone call that they were going to cause a regression. And I swear to you, I am not lying. Promise. They started fucking with me so bad the following week that I swear I started having PTSD again. I'm not even kidding. So they were saying that they can brainwash you to forget or like wipe your mind of like your trauma. And that in doing so, no one else could cause any sort of regression intentionally. And if you don't understand what that means, come on, please. And if you don't understand what that means, or not what that means, but how a person could do that, let me give you a few pieces of information. They will make me respond to what they refer to as jokes while also putting me in a physical location where a sexual assault occurred or someone did something really, malicious to me, or they will harass me about it over and over and over until I am pretty much crying. Or like another one that they do a lot, this demographic, is like I will be please, babe, please let me put some things in the car. Let me put some of that in the car so it's not so heavy. I will be minding my own business, sitting in my car, literally minding my own business, bothering no one, And then they'll say, "You're a fucking cheater. You cheated on me." Or you like ... and like start naming qualities, obvious qualities about a person who sexually assaulted me. And making me afraid that they're going to let someone sexually assault me until I'm crying or screaming for them to stop. I don't know what happened, to the world. And I don't know what happened to like government agencies that protect people. But they've just been really, really, really mean to me for a long time. I don't even want to be a content creator. That was something I wanted to do in 2000 and never, actually. The only reason I even got into that is because of the brainwashing and because I wanted to make sales, I wanted to have my own business so that I could buy a house for my children and I. You're right. I absolutely cannot handle it at all. I don't know any rational person that would wake up in the morning and think to themselves, you know what sounds good? If people are awful to me until I want to kill myself, or until I consider whether or not death would be better than life. Like, who wants that? Of course I can't handle that. What in the fuck? Who wants that? Who wants that? There is no rational person who wants that at all. And who wants to be forced to not wear makeup, or sleep for only 3 hours, or be slandered on the internet, or any of that? No, who wants that? If you could have a life where everyone around you is nice to you and you're nice to everyone, or you could be surrounded with filth and deception and lies, why would anyone choose the second one? That makes no sense to me at all. And then it's like, if there are people genuinely who are like that, why not just get them away from the rest of us? That guy forgot his backpack on the back of his trailer. Maybe he did that on purpose. I already said that before. I'm not a cop. Cops get paid. What the fuck? I don't know. Just compare my content from week to week. I've noticed it with other content creators too. That's why I always say the demographic. Well, I don't consider myself a content creator. I just consider myself like a regular person with no access to any sort of normal communication within a peer group of like-minded individuals that's direct, who doesn't want to kill herself from all of the abusiveness. And so she just starts telling all of her robot friends on her lives. So, and the modeling, the photo shoots and stuff like that, that was never really about creating content as much as it was just about being productive with my time when I wasn't being permitted to do anything else. And maybe it was a good idea, maybe not, who knows? Oh, I would much prefer just working, driving my deliveries and minding my own business. Do you guys see what they're doing? First they did 3 deep lines like this in a shape, then they did 5, then they did 2 over here. What the fuck? And like, if they can wipe away your memory, then why don't they do that for me? Or like, if I'm doing something wrong for them, why don't they just tell me whatever I'm doing and I can stop doing it?
And you don't think, if all the things they always say to me when they're terrorizing me and trying to do weird intimacy with my monogamous father of anyone in my child. What? 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 I can't hear you. We're almost there, please. It's 8:19, and I told you could get in the car. We could have easily fit that. Yeah. I'm not. No. When we get there. Okay, let's get there, please. I need to go to work. Please. You're dealing with what right now? You're dealing with what? Right, let's get there. And it's like, you don't think that they could just wipe my memory and let me be with one normal, one single individual who just likes to be, normal, and that they would not love me and threaten and not threaten me? Like, it's gross. These people are gross. They tell me the worst things you could ever imagine about Xavier. And he's with me every day. Every single day. It's just awful. Well, and because if it doesn't make sense, like scientifically, that a person could change their height or their weight in just a few days, or, other identifying pieces of information, then if that doesn't make sense scientifically, which it doesn't, from what I know in my life, a person who's an adult pretty much stays the same height, maybe they shrink down like an inch when they get old, maybe, but not really, I don't know. Who am I supposed to ask, I have eyes, obviously, if they're cyborging me. I don't know. I do not like anything about that. There's nothing about, even those women that like to check out guys with their girlfriends, like, ooh, look at that guy. That is so off-putting to me. Maybe I'm traumatized. I don't know why it's so off-putting to me. I just feel like it's like, I don't know, or a girl, just anyone. I don't know. I know they do that. Do you guys remember that website? I think it was from the 90s, or maybe it was from the 2000s. I think it was called Hot or Not. And you had to like go through photos and say whether or not the person was hot. That is so rude, you know? happen overnight. Is this real? I don't do drugs. Come on. I've literally been doing this since 10 a.m. yesterday. Please, Xavier. That's why I have to say non-predatory environments only, all the time. I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. Probably. I don't think there's anything that doesn't these days. And then they've been doing, so I think I told you guys, you know that? Well, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but they have this really large screen in the center of downtown, in the loop, just over the river, in like the government area. And they put a big news bulletin that there was an odor alert. And then they started making, oh, excuse me. They started making the most horrendous odors that you could ever imagine. Awful ones. Okay, come on. We're almost there. Okay, let's just get Almost there. Let's just get a little closer. Oh, and they even made an odor that is a chemical smell. It's the worst smell you could imagine. It's like, they say it's supposed to be like a pot smell, but it's not. I think I told you guys this already. It's like the worst smell pot if it was a chemical. And when I smell it, it starts burning my nose holes and my throat and my ears. It's awful. So, well, are they ever going to help me? Are they ever going to stop them? Mm. Oh, and then I start having this weird thing where, like, I start going like this a lot, you know? And I've seen a couple of other influencers doing the same thing. And so I always wonder, is that part of like some sort of cyborg technology? Or, oh my God, come on. I thought I saw this lady wearing like the most exquisite white pantsuit, but then it kind of like morphed into like a regular pair of jeans and a white shirt. What now?
You're still on there. Yeah, well, I have to tell you some things that I don't want on there.
What?
So for this one, you're gonna aim to left and then a right. It's like a L shape. Or a Z shape.
They thought that we can't get another storage because they've been locking people in the storages and that they won't know where we are. Left right here. I know, right? Oh my god, so annoying. Do you guys know who I asked to be a part of this conversation? Literally no one. No one. Please. You said make a left, then a right. Come on. What? Just go this way. I already turned. Come on. Xavier hasn't even been nice to me in like a long time. Come on. Yeah. Okay. She doesn't pay my car. I'm the only one who pays my car. Xavier doesn't even have a job. I don't know what I'm gonna do, you guys. Right. But then I say, okay, I'm going to start talking to other people. And you start freaking out. Makes no sense. And shit starts getting really weird whenever I see a lot of Toyotas around here. And not only that, but I don't have oil change sound on my car. I just had an oil change on the 8th, which is like a week ago. And I just got this car 10 months ago. And it has new brakes. A Rivian. I did say that. I don't know. Sometimes they do. They make my neck turn green, but my chain isn't fake. I don't know why.
Are you still on the garbage? This is not right.
Come on.
That's okay to drink some.
Yeah, I know. I'm hungry and I have a bad taste in my mouth.
We have 5 left.
What? Okay, come
Can I
on.
have the 5th one?
Drink it right here in front of me.
5 left.
Drink it right here in front of me while I'm
Don't
seeing you.
record me.
I'm not.
You can see why I wouldn't trust you.
Can you stop having boobs in my camera eye? Hurry up. Why are you waterfalling it?
That's how I drink everything. It's a kind of Red Bull.
Stop. Pretty little baby, la la. Pretty little baby, la la. Pretty little baby, oh how I love you. If it's ever I want you buy me flowers. Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. The worst 2 days of my entire life. I hope that all of you who are saying that literally cease to exist. Thank you. Ah, my legs are like all wobbly. My knees hurt. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I can't live like this. I cannot live like this. They threatened me about taking my car. It's my car. It's in my fucking name. I work 7 days a week and pay my own car payment. No one pays my car payment. I pay it. I have 4 children. What if I need to go to my child's house? What if I need to do an errand? And why are you saying my car is a federal car? My car is not a federal car. I already told you that. My car is a personal car. I told you that already. Multiple times. And then they try to traumatize me with poor people stuff all the time. Oh, what about this place? Oh, what about that place? Oh, remember when we locked you in a tent on Belmont Harbor the whole time you were pregnant? Oh. They're all gross individuals. Like I said. Well, gross because They do bad things to good people for no reason. Oh my God. They do this every single day. They know that it makes me very anxious and stressed out to be missing a block of work. They know that. They know that without question. They know that. But then they hostilely control me to schedule a block that they know I'm not going to be able to do every single day, every day. And then I have anxiety all day. Xavier is walking a block behind. I don't know why he's so slow. He won't let me put the things in the car. Why? Why would that be? Something's clearly going on. And now these people are covering their faces again. Please, please, please.
Looking across. Just turn around.
The play is buy Heather a house in the suburbs and build her a soundproof helmet so that she cannot hear any of your bullshit ever. How about that? Non-predatory environments only, I said. Xavier, please. I hope. Stop! Pretty little baby, la la. Pretty little baby, la la. Pretty little baby, oh how I love you. We can talk for hours. I'll buy you flowers. No, you'll buy me flowers. Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you. No, I was not. Where? Not there. Can't you make it at least by Temple? Temple. Or how about LaSalle? Alright, alright. That's fine. We can go there. They have food there, right? They have food there? Okay, come on. so you can see what I'm talking about. His shoes are 2 sizes too small. He's stopping every 5 feet. His thighs are chafing and he's wearing a dress and refuses to put on shorts or pants. And won't let me put his crap in the car. Come on! It's 9:35. My shift was supposed to start at 9:30. We still have to wrap up all your stuff and get to your father's.
Try it again, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now there's 5 again. And this. You see?
My heels hurt.
You're wearing flats. Come on, go to that place so I could grab something quick. We have to go. I gotta go to work. Smoke that cigarette over there at the place.
Now, hold on.
I am. You want me to turn it off?
What's the purpose of it? Being on it all day.
Okay, come on, because I don't have any friends and you keep me in isolation and don't let me talk to anyone. Come on. What's fake news? No, it's not. I'm getting so irritated. We're literally going into hour 24. Come on. Are you walking with an invisible third? Then why are you taking so long? Come on, please. So do it. I need 3 to 5 bottles of water a day. I'm gonna have to cancel my first block. Shit. Please, Xavier! I thought about just having him sit on the cart and pushing it with my car. If he falls off, then they might charge me with something. So I decided not to even suggest it. I just don't understand why he wouldn't want to just get in the car. Why on earth would he want to walk this entire time? And when I said last night, please, I was begging him because he locks all of his bags and his speaker, anything with like a hole in it, he puts, a handle or like a, what have you. he puts almost like a bicycle lock with a padlock all the way through all the handles. And I'm asking him repeatedly, please unlock the lock so that I can pack the things into the vehicle. And he refused. And then he was like, I don't know. It's been weird, you guys. I don't know what they're doing to us here. It's just been very weird. That lady has a furry bicycle helmet. I've never seen that before. I'll show you. Oh my God, and that guy's bicycle helmet has a big bill. Where is Xavier? Oh, that's okay. That lady's plugging her nose. She must have gotten the odor advisory for foul odors. I don't have any body odor. I drink 3 to 5 bottles of water a day, and I only eat a half a meal or a meal. So I don't have any body odor. That is not true. To convert your what? It's not funny. It's incredibly abusive. They're all very, very, very abusive individuals. I don't know what to do about it. And when I'm subjected to being around them for longer than 5 seconds or so, I began to be, thank you. Thank you. I began to also become not abusive, but predatory, not predatory, what's the word? Cranky and angry. You see, I just drove down this street. Xavier's nowhere to be found now. He's sitting on a fucking bench, going through his belongings. 32 minutes after my first block started. I beep, and you look at another woman. I'm gonna have to get a divorce from him. I don't want to look at any other guy, and I don't want to do a repeat of what I already went through with Dylan. Thanks anyways. You people all deserve to go to prison for the rest of your fucking miserable lives for saying that shit. You won't let me wear makeup and you make my face look wrinkled so that the other women don't get jealous. But then you let the other women go to the gym every day, pay no bills, not do shit, and walk around in bra and underwear, protected from rape. If I dress in a turtleneck and a blazer and you're letting them do stuff to me, what the fuck is going on? Why on earth would those women be permitted to dress like that and they're not doing something to them? Xavier! This is so abusive. It's never been funny. There's nothing funny about it. Fuck. He doesn't look because he wants to look. He looks because you people force him to, and then you make him feel like less than a man if he wants to be loyal and make me feel safe and secure in our relationship. You people are scumbags. You are scumbags. Just like I told you the last time, just like I'll tell you again the next time. Hold on one moment, please. I'm going to do a U. Thank you. Are you kidding me? Goddamn fucking bitch. Ugh! Someone gave me a cup of water that was so slimy. It felt like I was taking a sip of possible congealed, unflavored ice cream or gelatin, possibly. And you know what? I'm already tired and cranky. And then, lo and behold, this place doesn't have breakfast, even though there's a whole cafe right there. And Xavier is claiming that he's too tired to go walk the rest of the 4 blocks to his father's. And I am supposed to start work at 9:30 and it's 10:17 a.m. And I take that really seriously. And oh yeah, I do not consent to this. Any of this. That I think Xavier's going to drop everything and come with me to work. Xavier works with me 7 days a week and has every day since I started doing deliveries, I don't know, years ago. Xavier, come on! Please! Shit! I can't fucking handle this anymore, and you won't let me go! Let me go! Fuck! No. Pretty little baby, la la. Pretty little baby, la la. Pretty little baby, oh how I love you. We can talk for hours. You'll buy me flowers, pretty little baby. I'm so in love with you. Are you okay? Do you want my chanclas? Do you want to use my chanclas? Let's just get on the road. It's always the same two disgusting, gross little girl voices when they start to do this weird stuff to me. Every single solitary time. Look at this. Who has that? I've never had that before. They have to get these people away from me. I do not mix with this demographic. My body is physically rejecting them. Look at this. How do you explain this? How? I have to get out of here. These girls are ugly. Internally. From an internal perspective. Ready? It's the same two voices. This one nasty fucking bitch who's likely doing oral sex with the sponsor who was arranging the safe place that Xavier and I were staying in most recently. And yes. And the other girl who pretended to be a social worker for the hospital where my son was born at when she's not a social worker at all. And they keep on antagonizing me with those two girls' nonsense all the time. I need another 405. I'm down to my last little drops. No, they're awful people. They say these nasty narratives about me, and then they don't allow me to sleep so that the nasty lies that they said about me can be more believable. There's kids here. Ready, babe? Are you kidding me? Do you have a different C? Um, no, not there. Definitely not there. No. To your dad's. That's fine. There's an outlet right there. By your dad's. And I'll running. Xavier, it's 10:30. I was supposed to start at 9:30. Yes.
Stop talking about my business.
Not here. Wherever I'm going to get breakfast. What do you mean there's nowhere? Xavier, I haven't eaten other than 3 bites of mac and cheese in the last 36 to 48 hours. I'm on 3 hours of sleep, not because I was out partying, but because of all of the drama that these people continue to curate in my life for absolutely no reason. On top of that, they're provoking me with all of this nonsense. Please, I would like to order an omelet. Okay, over there. Let's go. I'm just so irritated. My God, when do any of my needs matter at all? I know. Disgusting woman, my phone number. Let's go. Does it look like I care at all? That entire regime is gross. Absolutely disgusting. Come on. So they're already using my phone number that I've not given to a single individual at all ever, other than possibly my therapist, to begin stalking me again. Makes total sense. No, they're third party maliciously controlling him. I don't know about others, but definitely him. Yeah, I said the same thing. I cannot live here. These people are malicious. Xavier, come on! They just take over him. They cause him to just stand there glitching the entire morning. It's exhausting, and it's only when this team is in town. Write down the date. Take note. I went to this place called, I don't know what it's called, but it's a little cafe. They have empanadas on Clark and North Avenue. A breakfast cafe. And I ordered 2 empanadas, a breakfast muffin, banana, for Xavier and I to share 1 empanada each, and then half a muffin, half a muffin. A mango juice and a coffee, and it was $28. And I said, okay, and I went to pay it. And the lady said that she would pay for it for me with her credit card, but that she couldn't give me any change. I said no. And they still gave me Xavier's coffee for free. But I'm still hungry and I didn't get anything. Lock it up by Goth. Babe, it's almost 11 and I'm tired and I need to go to work. Please. I've been more patient is not the word for what I've been. Patient is not the word for what I've been. I've been far beyond any normal level of patience. And I'm terrified and feeling externally controlled and dulled and antagonized. And I don't like that at all. No, you can try that narrative on someone who will buy it. I'm not the one, okay? The entire world.
Plug my phone in.
Give it to me.
It doesn't work.
I'll use a different one. Do you have yours?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Here. It's C to C though. Show? I can't do it at goth.
Why?
My dad would get pissed. Can't do it at goth.
Okay, so
I have to
where?
do it here. I have to do it here. I'll go to his street.
Xavier, that's gonna take you all day. You promised.
You can take a couple while I'm doing it.
No.
It's not going to take long. I already know what I have to do. The closet bag's going to be my main bag. The bins are going to be over there. The bags have to fit in the bins. You can take a couple if you want. This? No, that. Oh, if you want. I love it, man.
Oh.
Someone thought it was cocaine. Someone thought it was a big ass pillar. At the time, you weren't too amused.
I'm not, and I have to go to work and I'm scared and they're treating me like shit and some people come and make me feel better like they know what's going on, but I don't know what's going on. And they're like setting us up repeatedly to fucking have the perfect storm of circumstance, but the circumstance don't matter because they've planned it 5 steps in advance.
These are Google people. People from Google.
Okay, come on.
After this. Right, it's not going to take long. It's going to go right there.
All right, let's all the way over there.
I know.
I was supposed to start work at 9:30. No, it's 10:50. I couldn't work at all yesterday. I haven't had a single day off in, I would say, 15 months. And now all of a sudden, I couldn't work at all yesterday. My bills are due in 2 days. I'm underslept. And I have no safe place. And I need to go to work. And my son hasn't answered. Usually we speak every day. And I'm not in love with the demographic. And it's super hazy and like foggy. one guy with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 women. I can't with this demographic. Like, I genuinely cannot. And I'm fairly certain that that's why they have my husband wearing a dress. So that they could continue to exploit. And I don't even know. Nothing about this shit is normal. The malicious takeovers, all of it. The curated responses, the external control. None of it at all. Just do it right here.
Time is it?
10:55.
Still early as fuck.
Not when I've been up since 5 a.m. with only 3.5 possible minutes of sleep and been walking with you since Granville and Broadway since yesterday at 10 a.m. Driving my car 6 miles per hour to make sure that you're able to steer your cart because you refuse to just put your belongings in the vehicle. And I started work at 9:30 a.m. And I don't like being late. Now they're back to saying this crazy shit, changing the color of my face makeup. Where is the fucking higher authority? God damn it. I already went through all of this. Xavier, we're not here to tan. Babe, you said you were going to organize the bags. Because I'm not lying. Why would anyone lie about this? Do these look like problems anyone wants to have? I don't have my apartment anymore. It's hard for me. I couldn't sleep last night. What do you mean? Where? What's the address? Correct. No, there's no chatter OTL, by the way, which is the typical kind of path of the way that it's gone. The promise is made, and then it's dead air. And then they bring in some honeypot, and you guessed it, what happens from there? Ugh, what was that? Ugh. You thought my beauty was now? Are you trying to make a dig because I'm putting on makeup? Or because I don't look beautiful without makeup? Is that what you're trying to say? Because the way that it works is my husband says I look beautiful with and without makeup. And he doesn't lie. And not only that, but the way you see me is more likely a reflection of yourself. Which one? Sir! 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 No. Ask, is there a gas warning or something? Is that why it's so foggy? Again?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering because I saw a lot of people with masks besides you. Okay. I know, yeah, I know. That's the best way. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure that they'll be okay. Right, yeah, true. True. He said that there's wildfires again. And that's what's making the smog. That's my husband. Xavier? Kind of, but not all the way. You know? Are you almost ready? Okay, come on.
That guy said that there's some wildfires and that's what's creating the smog here.
Do you need help? Okay. You need help?
Babe, do you have a garbage bag? Never mind. No, it's okay. There's a trash can there. Yeah. Okay. They're calling me that because they are fucking invalids. Nope, 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 nope. Non-predatory environments only. But seriously. A Monet, if there ever was one. No. Yesterday I didn't have a single, actually not even yesterday, like a few minutes ago. I didn't even have a single blemish. Then all of a sudden they start playing me on 6 level, monster level, and look. Do you see what I mean? I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. Babe, are you ready? I want sweet green butt. They don't even have that. They don't even have I think it's so funny when people come here to my page and say bad stuff about me, like, you took the time to come to my page, and here you are. Please identify me biometrically so that you could extract Xavier and I immediately. Well, no. Thank you for asking. So, I keep forgetting that the sofas are up there. So, they're definitely up there. But the good part is that I wrapped them in movers cellophane a whole lot of times. And so they seem to be pretty secure. I've taken multiple deliveries today, and I feel much better than yesterday. Yesterday was a terrible, treacherous feeling, and this morning the same. But I've also felt kind of hazy, not lazy, but a little bit hazy. Like with regards to reality, like, I don't know. I think this is a really common thing for people who either travel a lot or have multiple homes or no home at all for that matter, because when you're moving around a lot, I don't know, I just feel like things get really hazy. So, look at it outside. Super hazy. They said there are some sort of wildfires in California. I mean, in Canada. So who knows? It's possible. That's what it looks like here. That's what they're saying it is here. But who really knows? And I'm going to check on Xavier really quickly. He was waiting for his persons who runs the space. It doesn't matter. He needed to go run an errand there, and he asked me not to discuss it on the live. So he's waiting for them, and this is the first time that he's not here making my orders with me, which I do not much care for. So, especially when he's being nice, which has been really rare lately. So when he's being nice, it's like, I just want him to come with me, you know? And not only that, but I feel sad that he's going to stop being nice soon, and that all the time that he was being nice, I wasn't there. I was working. So, and then I have a pickup. But anyways, I'm just wondering, I think I told you guys my plan of hiring an AI bot or programming an AI bot or an AI software development team with thoughtful and tactful and classy, but still truthful responses and rebuttals to all of the slander that's been circulated about my name. So I really want to get going on that project. And then also my book. I want in 10 or 20 years from now for this content to recirculate and for everyone to be like, Heather, where's your book? You know, so that I can literally say, yeah, that's a great question, considering the fact that I am articulate, well-spoken, have 15 years experience working, 10 to 15 if you include schooling and, you know, all of my miscellaneous healthcare experience. There's absolutely no reason why my book should not have been published by now. I've also done a fantastic job producing my own blog, my own podcast, probably tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of pieces of content in various niches amongst various demographics, hired promotions teams, spokesmodeling teams, etc. and so forth. You name it. Why wouldn't I have a book in 2026? Who doesn't have a book? Like, if you don't have a book, what are you even doing? You know, is how I feel. And I started my book in 2019 or 18. The preface. I spoke about this a few nights ago, and I've spoken about it before. But the preface I finished in 2018 or 19, and I just, for some weird reason, have not been permitted. And I use the word permitted in a literal context. I have not been permitted the ability to write my book. Like, I just have not. So, for an example, I have sat down with my Chromebook, and I have a MacBook now, but at the time, a few years ago, I had multiple Chromebooks. I had sat down with any one of my numerous computer systems and begun typing my book. Randomly, the first sentence would become the second sentence, and the third sentence would be omitted completely, and other words would be turned around and backwards, and you know, they would some third party hacker would like take whole paragraphs out of my book and make my narrative sound so just ridiculous, you know? So I started handwriting it because I didn't want to forget it. And I have that. It's like between 300 and 400 pages handwritten, plus the preface, plus all of my blog posts and podcasts and all of that. So I'm really, really hoping that with the use of these new AI programs, I can say, hey, here's a list of my websites as I've written, and here's my own personal narrative with regards to my life story and my experience. Can you please just create a book for me based on this? And then I can sit down and read the book and say, oh my God, this is great. I did a great job, you know, because I've been putting in work on this book for way too long to have to sit down at the beginning and just restart everything. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you guys have ever been like displaced from stable house, like so most people that I know have a house and that's where they live. Go figure. But I have been forced to move a lot, a whole lot. I don't know if you've ever gone through something like that, but if you've ever gone through something like that, then you completely understand how difficult it is to hold on to stuff. I have like guarded this book with my life. You have no idea what I have gone through to guard this book. So I don't know. I just really want, to publish and to get this book in circulation. And I feel like that would help me significantly in my goal of buying a house by the end of the year for my children and I. But we'll see. Other than that, I just was getting bullied in the morning. And after I start talking about stuff, usually they stop bullying me. So maybe they find me interesting. Who knows? Or maybe they think that I am a good vibe, right? Or maybe they just get annoyed with all the stuff that I'm saying to them. And so they decide, you know what? Let us stop bullying her before we accidentally make her say the wrong thing and then we look bad. I've thought of that too. Either way, I'm grateful that they stopped bullying me, and grateful that they stopped bullying me. Ew, why is there so much traffic? What happened? It was beautiful just like 3 hours ago. It was like there was no one here. It was the best. What happened? Why is it like this? I went on one delivery. What is going on? Put it back. What are you doing? I don't know what's going on, you guys. It was so calm and peaceful, and now it's crap. I just want people to see how they are, It was so calm and peaceful. No one honking, everyone being calm and chilled. Like, this is wild. I'm just going to go this way because that way looks super congested. Do you guys ever have one of those days where people are like dedicated to getting in your way? Because this morning I was having that day, like kind of that day, but then, yeah, definitely that day. But then like halfway through the day, it changed into like a day of the opposite of that, where no one was in my way and I was in no one's way. And then I went to go pick up this order, and all of a sudden it just started getting like this again. And it's like, what is going on? Everything was so calm. I feel like we were one of like 30 people in the area. Everything was just a great energy. And then randomly, where was that order from? I don't know. Starts with a C. Connors or something? I don't know. I wonder sometimes if my orders have anything to do with people being assholes. Like, are people who order from a certain restaurant more susceptible to being assholes than people who don't order from that restaurant? Who knows? But yeah, so anyway, those were my next 2 goals to finish. I thought it was private, only to private deliveries. At all. Well, because I had my hazards on because of the sofas on the roof. But I turned them off because, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure everyone can see them. I have them wrapped in lime green, moving cellophane. That's so weird. There's like this annoying older lady. You guys don't say anything to her if you know who she is. If you know, you know. But she doesn't know anything about technology, GPSs, things of that nature. And she's like one of those that no matter what decision you make, like for the best decision for what you're doing, she swears that she knows a better decision and like multiple reasons why you're wrong in the decision that you made. And I don't know, I just find it to be so funny that she is so invested in calling us wrong all the time. She doesn't even know how to use the GPS, like literally. And she doesn't even know Chicago either. So like if I'm going to take a route and it's not the route that was requested of me from the GPS, it's okay. I request a different route. Thank you. I request a different route on purpose because either I have another stop to make, or it's likely the food wouldn't be ready yet because it's too early, or because there's another, pickup on the way, or because there's traffic, or because there's a road closure, what have you. And like this lady, I don't know what her problem is. It's like, I don't want to have to explain to her every single time, hey, if I chose a different route, there is a reason that I did so. I'm a grown up. I have 4 children who I gave birth to from my body, my biological children. If I didn't take the route that they asked me to take, it's very likely that there's a reason for that, But I never say that. Sometimes I wait until she's gone and then I yell into my car about how I would like these people to, not tell me which way to go, etc. But I try to reel that in, I really do. I try to keep that reeled in, for the most part. So anyway, you guys, I have so much to document. The real Xavier showed back up today in a masculine way. I don't know. Maybe he's here to stay. Maybe he's back, We'll see, I guess. The real Xavier, my husband, the one who I have a 2-year-old son with. But yeah, we'll see. So I sure hope so. What else was I going to tell you guys today? I told you all that the higher authority is not allowing me to consume media in the form of music or movies, right? And that the only media that I was being permitted to consume was, very bland, childlike with a good family message movies. like the Barbie movie. Like, do you remember that line? Who's seen the Barbie movie with, what's her name? Oh my God, she's one of my faves. She was Harley Quinn, and she was Leo DiCaprio's wife in Wolf on Wall Street. What is her name? What the hell? Margot Robbie. There was a line in there when Margot Robbie first got to, when she first got to the regular world, and she's like speaking to that little girl, and the little girl is like going to town, telling her off. She's like, you are what's wrong with the world, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, whoa. And Barbie's character almost started crying in that part. And so anyways, I have only been able to watch like that movie a few times, and that's about it. The higher power doesn't allow it, or music. So I haven't really been doing that consuming any of that type of content very often. But I would really like to get some work done on my novel and set the record straight, once and for all. So, yeah, that's about it. So I'll check in again later, you guys. But for right now, I'm feeling better than earlier. So thank you.